Good afternoon. I would like to call this meeting of September 19th Town Council meeting to order. Kimberly, are we in compliance before you?
Yes, we are.
Thank you so much. At this time, if you please stand and say the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge of Allegiance. We'll continue standing as we welcome Father Kelly O'Lear as the rector from St. Luke's Anglican Church.
Thank you for this opportunity. I invite you to join with me in prayer. Let us pray. Heavenly Father, behold and visit, we pray, Hilton Head Island. Renew the ties of mutual regard which form our civic life. Send us honest and able leaders. Enable us to eliminate poverty, prejudice, and oppression, that peace may prevail with righteousness and justice with order, and that men and women from different cultures and with differing talents may find in one another the fulfillment of their humanity. This I pray in your name. Amen.
Thank you. Mr. Orlando, are there any changes to the agenda?
No, sir.
All right, seeing there are no changes, do we have a motion to accept the agenda?
So moved.
Second.
All those in favor, please raise your right hand. 6-0. We'll make a quick note that Mr. Sanford is excused for today. Before us, we have three different groups of meeting agendas or minutes from August 19th, 2023. So we've got the strategic plan workshop meetings of August 9th, regular meeting minutes of August 15th, special meeting minutes of August 29th. Is there any motion to approve?
Mayor, if I may, I would ask that we pull the regular meeting minutes of August 15, 2023 from approval today. There is an error in the minutes about a motion made and seconded, and that appears, I'd ask the clerk to go back and take a look at that. The substantive error appeared at 3 hours, 49 minutes. So I'd ask it we pull that one today.
Yeah, make a motion then to approve the strategic planning workshop minutes of August 9th and the special meeting minutes of August 29th.
Is there a second?
Second.
Going to second that, but I do want to make a suggestion in that as to where these meetings are being held, since one of them was not here, but in the hotel, I think it might be helpful to denote that.
Okay.
All agree.
All right, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. All those opposed?
I'm going to abstain, Mr. Mayor. I was not at the special meeting on August 29th.
Okay, all right. So we have 5 with 1 opposed.
Mayor, I also need to make the same exception that Alex did. I was not at the special meeting on August.
Okay. My apologies for that. Okay. Mr. Orlando, do you have any reports for us today?
I do. Good afternoon, Mayor, Council, everybody in the room. First and foremost, I'd like to recognize those heroes in our community that are in the back of the room. I know they're here to receive some recognition, but Chief, and to your team, welcome, and so happy to see all of you in the back of the room today. A couple things. One, again, I'm sure we've heard this time and time again, but our town of Hilton Head Island Finance Department has just again received the Government Finance Officers Association Certificate of Achievement for Excellence in Financial Reporting Award. It's awarded annually at the annual comprehensive financial, as part of our annual comprehensive financial report, judged by an impartial panel. And the report was determined to demonstrate a spirit of full disclosure, clearly communicate the town's financial results and position, and motivate potential users to read the report. So it's the highest form of recognition in government financial reporting, and it represents a significant accomplishment for the town council, town management, and specifically our finance director, John Schroyer, and his entire team. So congratulations. Separately, Andrew Davis, it feels like Andrew's been here a lot longer. I'm pretty sure if we ask him, he'd say the same. But I didn't really welcome and formally recognize Andrew Davis, our new Marketing and Communications Director at a town council meeting. So we all know Andrew. Andrew knows us, a longtime reporter at WSAV and a whole bunch of other things in the early years. MC at events, and just a great person. His first day, your first day was August 14th, probably a little bit of more or less a month ago. So welcome to the organization, sir. And lastly, our Lantern Parade was a finalist in the Municipal Association of South Carolina's 2023 Achievement Awards program. We didn't win, but I still think the parade is amazing, and it was recently featured in an article of what I receive, what staff receives from the Municipal Association of South Carolina. We might not have won, but at least we're on the cover. So the parade's recognized as a unique way to bring our community together and creatively celebrate the respect for natural resources, our culture, and a family-friendly event. Our next event, save the date, mark your calendars, November 18th. And I remember last year it was Natalie Harvey's, I think, 1 or 2 days on the job. And I knew how great she'd be because at the parade, she found me. How, I don't know. But so it's been a year. So looking forward to this event, Natalie. And Mayor, that's all for now.
Okay. Chief Blankenship, I believe you've got a recognition of Ben Franklin Award of Valor.
Good afternoon, Chris Blankenship, Fire Chief for the record. I'd like to invite up Battalion Chief Dave Bell, Lieutenant Brendan Horlbeck, FAO Brendan Horlbeck, and Lieutenant Sean Kavlik to join me up here. So these three gentlemen made up 3 out of the 4th crew of Truck 6 back last year on September 9th, 2022, when fire rescue crews responded to a house fire in Palmetto Dunes with 3 persons entrapped. Truck 6 arrived on scene and immediately went into the house, which was 75% involved, to search for the victims. Their search efforts led to them to find and removing one of the victims that was subsequently in cardiac arrest. They performed CPR and other life-saving efforts in the front yard until other responding units arrived and took over patient care. That victim would go on to make a nearly full recovery and is living a very fulfilling life. For their efforts that night, I nominated them for the International Association of Fire Chiefs' most prestigious award, the Ben Franklin Award for Valor. The award honors a firefighter for his or her expert training, professional service, and dedication to the duty displayed in saving human life. The selection committee, made up of fire chiefs from all over the country and internationally, selected this crew to receive the award. Last month, myself and them traveled to Fire Rescue International Conference in Kansas City to be honored. Battalion Chief Dave Bell, Lieutenant Sean Kavlik, and Fire Apparatus Brendan Horlbeck received the award for valor. So I just wanted to recognize them. Well, I will say, while we're out in Kansas City, we received accolades and were treated as VIPs. But I think the biggest thing to take away while we're out there is the smaller departments and their appreciation. The larger departments in this country do this stuff every day. They go into burning buildings, they pull people out. But for smaller departments like ours that don't fight a lot of fire, this is truly says something for our training and our dedication and everything. So we did receive a lot of thank yous and job well dones from a lot of the smaller departments throughout the nation. So these guys, are doing it every day and couldn't be prouder of them. So thank you.
Thank you. I'll just say that we're so lucky to have all of y'all. But the victims of the fires are even more lucky to have y'all. So congratulations. All right, update on environmentally conscious best management practices. Brian McElwee.
Thanks for letting me follow that. This will be Brian McElwee, Director of Public Projects and Facilities. So tonight, I just want to give you a really quick update on what we've done regarding our... Okay. Tonight, I just want to give you a quick update on what we've been doing regarding our environmental best practices. I'm going to give you a quick introduction, a background of what we've done to date, our assessment of our current practices, our actions to date, a proposed schedule for you, and our next steps. So as you know, the town of Hilton Head is world-renowned and well-known for its environmentally conscious efforts and our unique ecosystem. We're very diverse with our beaches, our marshes, our wetlands. So we're always looking to be a leader in protecting the environment and establishing these best practices. We pride ourselves on being environmentally conscious, and like I said, we're known for that throughout the world. Our residents and town staff, we value these practices. We've gone through a reduction in plastic, oyster shell recycling, beach cleanups, et cetera. As such, Town Council identified this item that's circled above as a 2023-2025 strategic action plan to assess and implement an environmentally friendly landscape and grounds best management program. So for years, landscaping and grounds industry has been using products that are approved by the EPA. That's what we use right now. EPA studies and approves these certified chemicals and products, and we use those in our daily routine maintenance. Now more than ever, there are more organic resources and environmentally friendly alternatives on the market. And so we're going to get into that here in a second. So for the best methods of pest management, it's broken down into four main categories. You have your cultural, which is just rotating crops, picking drought-resistant, pest-resistant landscape products. Mechanical, which is just how you maintain it. Biological, treating insects and disease. And then your chemical, again, pesticides. It's better when we use all four of these together, and that process is called integrated pest management. We'll get into this a little bit later. But chemical control is an integral component of this, even with organic processes. So again, conventional or synthetic are pesticides that are man-made, and it's often taking something that's found in nature and then changing its chemical structure to better implement it in what we need it for. So organic, on the other hand, it's naturally derived. It hasn't been changed. The chemical process hasn't been changed. And generally, because of that, organic pesticides will break down more rapidly in the environment. And so if you use and we switch to organic chemicals, we're going to probably have to apply that much more often than we would a synthetic chemical. And I have a link here if you want the presentation. This is pulled from Clemson's website. So an assessment of what we've done to date, we've been working with our landscaping contractors to identify what we're doing currently and what we can do in the future to transition into these best practices. We've reviewed our current contract language and our service areas. We've done an inventory and assessment of our current pesticides. And we've talked to several other communities. You can see there Palm Beach, City of Irvine, California, Marin County, California, and the City of Tustin, California. We've also reached out to Clemson University, and we have some folks here tonight from the Non-Toxic Neighborhoods Group, and they've been instrumental in helping us get through this. So currently, the town, we have four contractors, and they maintain our roads, our medians, our pathways, our facilities, and our grounds. This includes all town, SCDOT, and county roads. For example, Wood and Hilton Parkway, Cross Island Parkway, Palmetto Bay Road, Pope Avenue, et cetera, et cetera. It's not just town roads, it's DOT and county roads. We also use those contractors to do our town parks and our beach parks. They also take care of our open space and our preserve lands. And they also do facilities such as Town Hall, Fire and Rescue Headquarters, all our fire stations. And then I'm going to switch over here real quick. So our GIS team, if it loads, has really helped us put together, I don't know why it's not loading in the background, but they put together this map. They've helped us take our contracts and put together this map, and it shows you all the different service areas that we have and the contractors that are working there. So, for example, Cross Island Parkway, I believe that's Palmetto Coastal. Brightview is in green. They do the South Island down through here. And we will make this public, but what you'll be able to do is zoom in to, let's say, Low Country Celebration Park. I can get there. I'll tell you, Celebration Park is performed by Palmetto Coastal. There's our contact information. That's the contract date, which 1899 seems a little outdated, so I think we need to update that. And then what day a week they service the property. So if we get a call about work being performed at a playground or at a park or whatever, we can go back and say, okay, yeah, they serviced it on Wednesday. That shouldn't be like that. Or no, they haven't gotten to it yet. They will get to it Wednesday. Today's Monday. Like that's the contract schedule. So again, thanks to GIS, we're going to share this publicly. I know Mark will probably share this with you all when you want, but it's really cool. Okay, as soon as the date's fixed. So again, like I said, we assessed our current contracts. In our contract right now, it says the contractor is required to maintain property in an environmentally sensitive manner. This is through, like I said before, an integrated pest management practice, incorporating all the things I just talked about, cultural, mechanical, biological, and chemical techniques. All the pesticide applications shall be in conformance with all applicable laws according to the label and under the direct supervision of a certified pesticide applicator. And that's what our contractors currently do. I've been asked to provide a list of
All
all
right,
the,
Mayor, is it okay to ask questions, or do you want to?
Let's let him get through it, and then we can go to the questions.
All right,
so one thing I've been asked to do is provide a list of the pesticides that we do use. I'm not a chemical engineer, I'm a civil engineer, so if you ask me about some of these active ingredients, I'm not going to wait till 2 slides from now, and you'll see why. But these are the fertilizers that we use. Insecticides, we use Advion, which is a fire ant insecticide, and then Top Choice for other, and you can see some of the chemical compounds for other insects. For herbicides, here's our list. I'm not gonna pretend like I know what all these do, but I know that a lot of folks are really focused on glyphosate, which is Ranger Pro, which is also a different brand other than Roundup. It's the same active ingredient. So we do use that currently. Actions to date, we have instructed those contractors not to use glyphosate or Roundup at town playgrounds or along the water marsh edges on town-owned property. We are continuing to research. I have a 1.5 inch thick binder down there, researching other communities, what they do. We've reached out to the National Parks and Rec Association, seen some of their communications and some of their articles that they put out. We're going to continue to talk to other folks around the country, see what they do. We just met earlier right before this. We're going to get some names from Keel Island. I think they have a good program up there. So go talk to them. And then we're going to research the pros and cons of these different applications within this integrated pest management practice. So here's kind of our proposed schedule. Phase 1, this is where we're at pretty much right now. We've reviewed our current practices and looking at different opportunities to improve this. Phase 2, continue to work with our landscaping grounds professionals, talk to Clemson, talk to other folks and see what items we can do, and then bring this to council for further discussion in October at the Community Services Public Safety Committee. Again, we'll present these findings and examples from other communities. I want to present to you a test pilot project to observe how some of these chemicals work, whether we create a certain grid based on over here is organic and over here is synthetic. We'll see how it goes through a year. Put up a time-lapse camera. We'll see what it looks like, right? Watch it through all the conditions that we see here on this island. And then present to you a framework for a town integrated pest management policy. And then based on that discussion, we'll come back for consideration in November. And based on that, either present in December or January to town council for your consideration. And that's it. Again, didn't want to bog you down too much, but that's a quick overview.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Bryson?
thank you for that update. I think it's very important that we hear that, and I really appreciate you going forward and doing the research and trying to figure out what best to do. One of the questions I had, you showed the slide about our contract language. And understand, I've certainly not looked at all these contracts, and nor do I want to. But understand that the Jarvis Creek Park has some different language in it about the treatment there. Can you talk to us about that and
So
why
some of
that
the-
is?
Yeah, some of the contracts were older. What I showed you there is what our current contract says and what we will be transitioning all the contracts to. But yeah, some of them are older and have different language, but that's our current one with the newest contracts that we have.
Right, we're not talking about 1899 though, right?
No, not 1800, no.
Okay, but the Jarvis Creek Park, when I understand, has perhaps a more tempered approach to the use of pesticides, and do you know what that language is and why?
Not off the top of my head. No, I do not.
Okay, all right, but I think it'd be helpful for us to know why perhaps there are different approaches for that park and any other parks that we have. If you say some of them are dated at a different time and have different contract language.
Yeah, I can look into that for you, for sure. And I can present that at the committee and
Yeah, and I'm sorry, I was trying to stay up with you, but the Ranger Pro, are you saying that we are not using that now?
it's part of the arsenal, I will say, that our contractors do use. It's part of their process, but we've instructed them to not spray that at playgrounds or along the water's edge, marsh edges, buffers, et cetera.
Okay, so that is not, say that loudly so everyone can understand.
We have instructed our contractors to not spray any chemical containing glyphosate at our parks, playgrounds, or our water's edge, marsh edge, buffers, et cetera.
Okay, all right. And I appreciate, I was going to ask you about timing, and I appreciate you showing the phase plan. That looks promising. In the meantime, I know there's been some requests from folks in the community about notices about what's being sprayed where. And particularly, you mentioned certain areas. That's why I want to go back and review that. The Mid-Island track where a lot of folks walk with their dogs. Can you tell us if there's a different approach at Mid-Island track and other places where Chaplain Dog Park, et cetera?
I can't really answer if there's a different approach. I know we've told them not to, we don't broadcast spray anywhere, meaning you don't have like the boom sitting out. We're not just spraying Roundup everywhere. If we're spraying Roundup, it's going to be spot spraying on weeds. That said, I can't remember the first part of your question.
Dog Park at Chaplain?
Do we notify folks?
Or
That's
put a
something-
notice up about,
Yeah,
you know,
that's something
being
we talked
sprayed
about.
today?
I think we kind of leave it up to the contractor. It's something we've talked about if we want to be more proactive about that, but then we have to be proactive to make sure we follow up and get it removed. Sometimes the applications could be, it's only, I would say it's only harmful when it's wet. And so you'd have to come back and remove that sign. You know, it could be 20 minutes later, it could be an hour and a half later. And so we don't have those resources to follow up to make sure it's been pulled. But because we don't want to have something out there that we sprayed Wednesday at 8 a.m. and no one got it, and it's Thursday, and everybody thinks we just sprayed, but it's just because no one went back and picked it up. So that's something that we have to talk to our contractors about, and we have discussed that internally. I know in California, they're required to post and what they're spraying. South Carolina law does not require that. We also don't have to report what our pesticide use is. I know California has to do that. We do not have to do that. So I don't know if that answered your question, but it's kind of.
Yeah, I appreciate the logistical challenge, and I hope that you will continue to pursue a way to ask the contractors to provide a notice when they do apply that particular pesticide in areas where people are walking, or especially walking with their dogs. So I hope you'll continue to pursue that. A lot of folks have asked me about that.
Other questions? Mr. Ames?
A couple, by any chance, and if you don't know today, just later on, give me an idea, how many acres are actually under the town's purview in dealing with all this?
That map will help tremendously, and that's we are looking into that
The
right now.
second is, I encourage you to use the test or pilot program in a number of different circumstances so we get as good an assessment as possible. And then I think that what Ms. Bryson has pointed to is we really do have a responsibility to notify the public when we are spraying. And so I would encourage the contractors to have little signs or something that they put in at access points so people know.
Other comments? Questions? Okay, Brian, thank you. I just want to make a statement to the folks that are here to speak. There was a little bit of a confusion as to whether you needed to sign up or not. So when we go to public comment, we'll go through the roll call of public comment. And if you're here to speak upon this issue and you didn't sign up, then we'll let you speak then, just to make certain that everything is clear. So, thank you. All right, general reports from town council. Do we have any general reports?
Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
First, what a great opportunity Hilton Head Island had over the last several days, over the weekend, to experience an event, a new event, inaugural event for the community. Thank you all who attended. It was, by all accounts, a great success. And for those who didn't, I hope you join us next year. My other comment was just a simple Happy New Year to all of our Jewish friends who are here and listening. We wish you all the happiness and good health in the coming.
Okay. Ms. Bryson?
I too appreciate particularly all the staff work, the volunteers in the community for our celebration, and particularly want to point out the interfaith service that occurred at the Arts Center, thanks to Rabbi Bloom and the various pastors of various faith communities on our island. It was a really heartwarming service, especially on the eve of facing Hurricane Idalia. So for those who weren't there, I hope that next time there is such a service, if that falls within your personal system, that you could attend one of those. I think you'd find it very heartwarming. The other thing I wanted to notice is we have new art in our art gallery on the other side of that wall there. And I'm looking over at Natalie Harvey, our cultural arts director. And if you're behind that, thank you. I was going to note, I think there's one entitled Crescendo, one entitled Harmony. So it's musically inclined, which leads me to the comment of our Crescendo kickoff party is coming up on October 10 from 4:30 to 6:30 at Shelter Cove Community Park. So before the Lantern Parade, we have another art celebration, and I hope folks will participate in that as well. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other general comments or announcements? Okay, seeing none. Do you have any report from Mr. Sanford? Mark, did he leave you with anything?
No, sir.
Okay. Ms. Becker, Low Country Council of Governments.
I have no report, thank you.
Okay. Mr. Ames, Beaufort County Airports.
I do have a report. It's brief. The county awarded the $30.8 million airport terminal contract to Edison Ford Contractors in Charlotte. The project is expected to take 2 years to complete.
All right, thank you. Soloco, any update there that Mr. Sanford would have left for you? Okay.
No, sir.
Mr. Brown, report of the Island Recreation Association.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The Island Recreation Association had its annual planning session on August 18th. Room full of board members, advisory board members, staff, and yours truly. It was facilitated by USCB. Very vivid discussion about what the Island Rec Center is doing well and identifying any gaps that can be improved upon. They walked away from that with a plan that will definitely be presented to town council along the way. So I'm very proud of the work that they're doing at the Island Rec Center, and very proud of the fact that they're taking a look at things on an annual basis to improve. That's my report, sir.
All right, thank you, Mr. Brown. Ms. Becker, report of the Community Services and Public Safety Committee.
Thank you. We've had several meetings receiving and reviewing applications for various committees and commissions on the island, and held some interviews. And later this evening, I will be making recommendations to the full town council for 2 open spots, one on the BZA and the Parks and Recreation.
All right, thank you. Mr. Ames, Public Planning Committee.
Thank you, Mayor. The Public Planning Committee met on September 14th to review the Bridge to the Beach District Plan, which encompasses areas adjacent to Palmetto Bay Road, Arrow Road, Pope Avenue, and Sea Pine Circle. This is the 3rd of 8 district plans that are in the process of planning. The committee also recommended an amendment to the LMO establishing a single-family floor area ratio of 0.45, which is the gross floor area of structures on a lot divided by the total square foot of the lot. The motion passed 3-1.
All right, thank you. Mr. Brown, Finance and Administrative Committee.
Yes, sir. Today,
All right, thank you.
Mayor, if I may, I was catching my breath and I wasn't quite done yet.
Oh, you weren't?
I
Oh,
wasn't.
sorry.
I also just wanted to report at our last Community Service and Public Safety meeting yesterday that we received the report from the Fire and Rescue, their annual report. And we want to thank Chief Blankenship and Deputy Chief Pfister for that report. We also moved to full council consideration of appointing a representative to the Military Enhancement Committee of Beaufort County. And we also moved to the town council for approval an ordinance to establish a beach parking management program. And then we will continue to work in committee with regard to some resolutions with the details included there. That was it. Thank you.
Thank you, sorry about that.
That's okay.
Now we'll move on to appearance by citizens. I'd like to remind our citizens that section 2-5-70 of the town's code limits each person to 3 minutes when addressing town council. At the end of the 3 minutes, you are asked to conclude your comments. Please maintain a decorum suitable for the meeting and refrain from using any profane, abusive, or obscene language. If you have any materials you'd like to give to town council, please give them to the town clerk after you're finished speaking. Kimberly, do we have anyone signed up to speak today?
John Casey.
Good afternoon, John Casey, Indigo Run. You know, most of us at one point in time can remember opening an exam book in school and seeing an essay question open with the request to compare and contrast. It could be two pieces of literature or events in history, it doesn't matter. And looking at the agenda and what's coming up, I'd like to compare, on the one hand, a project funded by private money in collaboration with business and higher education, finding practical solutions to local problems without a penny of government money and bringing a very sizable rateable to the tax rolls, which rather inexplicably, I hope it's going to pass, but inexplicably has run into a lot of headwinds. And for what? To, you know, proudly proclaim, if it's defeated, that you've maintained the integrity of a dilapidated eyesore that's been the target of vandals for 12 years. And by the by, we also didn't give you that rateable. That would be a comment in and of itself, except I see what's coming up with the presentation for the CCDC. And it's almost cinematic irony, the timing, that's coming up now, that a privately funded project could hit such headwinds. And it appears, at least, that there's a lot of receptiveness to using public money and potentially open-ended liabilities in terms of things like repairs and additional funding for a project like that. Not that I'm against the CCDC or any entity using private money raised through donations or elsewhere, but it does seem that is somewhat unexplained, that I don't know whether it's an antipathy to basic capitalism or a belief that the government that governs most governs the best, but I really don't think the public is buying it. And I would ask the council, A, approve the Office Park Island mixed-use project, and B, approach with exceeding circumspection and doubt any use of public funds for such projects. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Casey. Jim, next.
Robert Liebenberg. Robin Liebenberg.
Robin Liebenberg, 50 Yacht Cove Drive. I would like to commend Non-Toxic Hilton Head for initiating talks with town officials to remove carcinogenous chemicals from landscaping protocols on our beautiful island. There are alternative and effective protocols of comparable costs, so a town policy to shift from toxic to safe seems a no-brainer. I can't express how important this choice is, but I can tell you a story. It's about a longtime island resident, Russell Brown. You probably called him Russ. Handsome, fit, charming. He cast a wide net, first as an assistant golf pro at Harbortown, when he was hired out of college in 1974. Then, after his pro football career fizzled, in real estate, first with Dunes Marketing, then with his own companies, REB and Associates, and later RBC Enterprises. He played scratch golf for business and pleasure on many amazing golf courses we have here. His homes abutted holes, one in Palmetto Dunes, later in Indigo Run, places where I've seen Roundup sprayed liberally by groundskeepers. Last month, I watched our Yacht Cove landscapers spray Roundup around the rim of our lagoon. I've seen such spraying in our beautiful parks and playgrounds, even at our schools. We all have, which should alarm those of us concerned about what leaches into our drinking water also. So the story is this: that man, Russell Brown, was my brother, my best friend for 60 years. He lived and played golf a lot on this island from 1974 until 2014. 40 years of paradise with the chemicals on his golf rounds and the trails he ran and biked to stay fit. He had been a health nut before it was cool. He was fitter at 60 than he was at 16, same waist size. But at 60, he was diagnosed with acute myeloid leukemia. He battled it for 27 arduous months. At 62, he died. Several cancers are linked to Roundup exposure and glyphosate, its cancer-causing ingredient, including non-Hodgkin lymphoma, acute myeloid leukemia, and large B-cell lymphoma, among some other diseases still in research. So of course I ask, was it because Hilton Head Island allows Roundup that my brother contracted AML and died? I can't know that, but logic tells me it's incredibly possible, and I can't get him back. But when there's a clean and cheap alternative that would keep our friends, family, and pets safe, you tell me, why wouldn't we make the switch? Thank you.
Thank you very much. Kim, next.
Pamela Evans.
I'm Pamela Martin Evans, and I've lived on Hilton Head Island for 45 years. I came here because of the natural beauty, from the lushness of the greenery to the beautiful beaches, to the amazingly spectacular night sky that was so clear you could see all the stars every night. My husband Peter has lived here over 55 years. He came to work for Charles Fraser. He went to Washington, D.C. to stop BASF from building a chemical plant here and ruining our environment. Ironically, we now have their product, styrofoam, on our beaches and in the mouths of our fish. We enjoy wildlife that few people ever even see. We have raptors that are so magnificent they take your breath away. Sadly, we're killing them because we allow rodenticides to be used to kill the rats, and the raptors eat the rats and die. My friend Marcy Tressel, a volunteer for the Raptors group, has held hawks in her arms as they suffered a horrible death. This has to stop. We're interrupting the natural cycle of life. We're using public funds to pay landscape contractors to spray Roundup on our parks, playgrounds, and beaches. The main ingredient, glyphosate, is listed by the World Health Organization as a probable carcinogen. We do not have to use these dangerous chemicals on our island. The company Bayer, who owns Roundup, has a program where they reward their customers for using it. And as we know, it causes Hodgkin's lymphoma. And guess who makes the pharmaceuticals to cure your cancer? Bayer Pharmaceuticals does. It's the same with DuPont. DuPont makes chemicals that cause illnesses, and then they sell you their pharmaceuticals to try to cure your disease. What a surprise. Let's do this. It's not that difficult. My friend Kim Conti, founder of Non-Toxic Neighborhoods, who is certified in organic land management, will show you how transition to non-harmful ways to kill weeds. We want to live in a chemical-free environment. This decision would not only provide our islanders with a better life, but would attract a different type of tourist, people who are mindful of this one life we live. Make Hilton Head Island the gold standard for a chemical-free life. Thank you.
Thank you.
Lynn Fontaine.
Good afternoon. I'm Lynn Fontaine from HHP. And many of you won't be surprised to learn that I am not in favor of a town partnership with the CCDC to provide workforce housing for island employees. However, I am in favor of workforce housing that would be privately funded, where the town is not asked to be the bank and where the town is not taking the risk. This proposal is looking for a grant from the government with additional unspecified amounts for ongoing maintenance, breaks from real estate transfer taxes. And furthermore, the Finance and Administrative Committee have recommended this organization as a candidate for funding through the affiliated agency process, meaning that taxpayers would be potentially obligated for millions of dollars in the future. In this 50-50 equity partnership, the town takes half of the risk, while CCDC takes full control without any accountability to the citizens. Most of us here today have been urging this council to promote and further privately funded projects. An interesting and obvious first step in this effort would be to allow the private investors to work with the same AMI percentages that you're offering the CCDC today. Thank you.
Thank you. Kim, next.
Harry Mickret.
Hello, my name is Sherry Migrant, and I live in Indigo Run. Today, and I also want to thank Mr. Mayor and all the council for allowing me to speak today. Today, I want to talk about the Coastal Community Development Corporation versus what's going on at the Office Way Park project. What I had read is that the CCDC AMI is going to be somewhere about 50 to 100 AMI, whereas the council wanted the Office Way Parkway to be 0 to 90. Is that equal? I don't think. Right now, the CCDC wants $600,000 of my money. I pay taxes to you. I watch where my money goes. I watch where it goes in my house, and I want you to watch where my money goes. And it's going to go up and up and up. And that is not including the money that you're going to have to spend for the rental repair funds for this project. How do we know when this money's going to end and if it will be profitable? The Office Way project is not going to cost me, you, or anybody in this room 1 cent, and they are not getting any tax credit. It is all done by private funding. The sad thing is the CCDC is apparently going to buy 12 properties. But these are 12 properties that a private ownership could have bought. When somebody owns their own property, they take care of it, they improve it, it improves their life, versus renting it at a lower rate, and they don't take care of it quite as well as a homeowner does. So we are denying people to become homeowners with the CCDC. I don't want to bring up one other project that this council has approved, and that is the North Point project. We have spent, millions of dollars on that already, and what's it doing? Sitting there empty. It has not provided anything except a money pit. We're spending tons of money on that. No banks want to come in right now because of, look at the interest rates, and nobody wants to go and support it. The Office Way project, we have a developer that is putting his money into it. It is not going to cost me, anybody, any money, and he can start it and it can help. I really hope that everybody sees this and they vote no for the CCDC project, and you vote yes to the office rate project as it was written and proposed at the last council meeting. I want to thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much. Jim, next.
Skip Hoagland.
Skip Hoagland, Windmill Harbor. Let me tell you a quick story. Last year, I sued the Florida Condominium Association Board that I'm a member of and its president for non-transparency and refusal to turn over all the financials. Shortly thereafter, we ousted and replaced with 7 people who, like me, believed in transparency and accountability. The result was no longer needed. The result was I no longer needed to send emails, make speeches, attend meetings, or file lawsuits because we can freely see any invoice receipt or anything else we want. Now our association's only problem is figuring out where we're going to meet for happy hour. So I look forward to happy hour with this entire council and not lawsuits. I would like all Beaufort County lawyers, Coltrane, Gruber, Keaveney, Holbert, to develop tax recipient agreements and contracts spelling out the legal use by all nonprofits and terminate any illegal nonprofits, including the current chamber, which is a big issue for me. We unfortunately have bad apples on this council, and we will learn how bad and much more about them based on how they vote and their attempts to hide and not disclose. We also need to end any council memberships in the secret underground government Greater Island Council as well. We need full disclosure by this council on who are members of any outside political organizations, attended any outside political meetings that could influence their votes as duly elected officials by the taxpayers. Also, who in this council considers themselves a chamber member? Who was offered free memberships and also free tickets to the Chamber Ball, the Greater Island Council by Bill Miles or anybody else? This quid pro quo must end. Comments I just made to Senator Tom Davis at the Women's Republican Club of Hilton Head. I said, Tom, my opinion is you are the most honest and fully accomplished state representative we have in Beaufort County, and I thank you. I agree with your legislation of using tourist accommodation taxes and hospitality taxes to help assist in workforce housing. However, there are legal hurdles. My question is, will you support full transparency, forensic audits on these tens of millions of funds unaccounted for and disappeared, and stop all the illegal issue and use of these funds by these nonprofits so we have more money for workforce housing, green space, and local infrastructure? Tom's answer was simple: yes, yes, yes. He went on to say, transparency must be enforced, and that I was correct, that many taxpayers in Beaufort County have lost faith on how our government operates. We got to restore faith. We got to restore transparency. With transparency, I don't need to be here, and most of these people in this room would not be here today. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hoagland.
Eric Somerville.
One more time.
Eric Somerville.
Eric Somerville, live here in Hilton Head, Meadow Bay Marina. Well, most of the time in the apartment, but sometimes at the marina where the alcohol is. Any event, I just want to say something simple. I was going to try to give a compliment to a fellow named Whitaker Knight, but then I listened to Brian, and does he work for you? Okay. There was a lot more background to this. I thought I remember Mark, you made a comment early on to hire someone who would look at all the greenery and all the walking paths, et cetera, et cetera. Well, I'm a regular bike rider on the weekends. I keep going past spots that look nicer than the previous weekend. And so it's been excellent, and I appreciate the complexity of what I thought was one person. But in any event, however it's getting done, very nice. So I'm going to say one more thing having to do with the CCDC. I think I get to speak again if there's something discussed in that I want to talk to. I think. Okay. I'll try to if that's the case. I'll say right now, I think the CCDC is excellent. Mr. Alan Wolf and I worked together some 10, 12 years ago on a Bill Miles committee trying to get workforce housing. It's a very complicated issue, but one thing he and I both agreed on was the issue of a lot of people who work here only want to rent. They don't even live here. They get bussed in from 2 or 3 counties away. They do not want a home here, but they'd like to stay someplace overnight. And so the small rental with some rent rates adjusted according to incomes, this is information off the website, looks very appealing, and I think it would work. He's not trying to buy new properties, build new properties, fight with LMO. He wants to clean up some of the older properties and make it a little bit better. And I don't have insider information, and I'm not on his board, et cetera, anything else. I think it looks good. I do not agree that he needs the money from the town of Hilton Head to support him to make this happen.
All right, thank you very much. Tim, next.
Lynn Greeley. Lynn Greeley.
Ms. Greeley could not be here today, and I feel like this message is very important for everybody to hear, so I'm going to speak for her.
As we have stated before, you have 3 minutes to speak, and you can include in your 3 minutes that time. But if you continue to speak today, you will face another citation.
I welcome that citation. Thank you very much. In light of the Greenway scandal, Beaufort County Council is committed to forensic audits on all Beaufort County offices. We need to keep pushing our Hilton Head Council and mayor, who unfortunately lied, to compel full transparency from town and county managers, lawyers, and CPAs, and to conduct forensic audits on all budgets and internally hired cookie-cutter audits that show only the numbers that dishonest insiders want us to all see. Only a forensic audit will identify waste, crimes such as embezzlement, payoffs, kickbacks, etc. We must require this council and full power employees who just issued millions of our hard-earned tax dollars with no accounting to comply to all state and federal laws, stop all votes by council members in Beaufort County, including Bluffton and Hilton Head, who must know by now their vote is for the illegal issue and use of millions of our tax funds. This has to end. And if they approve them anyway, they will be exposed and they will be voted out of office. You have to ask yourself, why would any elected official violate those who trusted them, and worse, violated their own oath and campaign promise to serve honestly and improve and spend and guard our tens of millions of tax money like their own family's money? We have many forensic audits that need to be done in Beaufort County. My priorities are focused on the largest amounts we already know about. And once forensic audits are completed, we'll know more about the rampant waste, the wrongdoing, and the crimes. No institution has ever escaped wrongdoing once they have been fully forced to a forensic audit. So why would any council member oppose this to clean the slate? To begin with, the following: the school district, the treasurer, the auditor's office, and prior to David Cadd's honest leadership, tens of millions of hospitality funds, including accommodation tax funds that are used by the chamber and their law firm, Burr Foreman, who sits on the chamber board. And they also retire bonds at our school district and 40 other school districts in the state. This Burr Foreman law firm needs to be investigated by the FBI. And again, they're the same law firm for the chamber that tries to hide the accommodation tax monies. It's insanity. Tens of millions of accommodation tax funds illegally issued to many nonprofits we've already identified. And even those legally funded must fully report their use under the law for every dollar they issue. The illegal nonprofits, like the chambers and CVBs and DMOs, must be terminated immediately, undergo forensic audits to see how much damage and how much illegal use was actually caused. And even legal nonprofits that's issued tax funds must sign a tax recipient contract agreement and how all these funds must be legally used and legally reported. We're paying for all this. We must demand transparency.
Okay, that's.
Daldan Lee.
Daldan Lee, Indigo Run. It's always nice to go after Mr. Skip Hoagland. I truly appreciate the effort of CCDC sponsors who stepped up to address a real issue in our community. However, Based on the proposal as it's written, I have 3 concerns. First, the CCDC is looking for $600,000 investment from the government with an additional amount for ongoing maintenance and relief from real estate transfer taxes. Furthermore, with the status of affiliate agency, the CCDC could potentially tap into millions of dollars in the future with little scrutiny. The CCDC proposal is really a mixture of a private startup with government assistance equivalent to HUD's low-income housing tax credits plus subsidies, except unlike the North Point project, in this partnership, the town takes the equity risks while the CCDC keeps 100% of the ownership without any accountability to the citizens. Second, the CCDC Phase 1 plan calls for the purchase of 12 properties totaling $3 million or $250,000 per unit. At this price range, a household with an annual income of around $70,000 could purchase the properties without being cost burdened. As we know, about half of 2-worker households in Beaufort County make $70,000 or more. By granting the CCDC the affiliate agency status, the government is squeezing out those working families through a middleman. The AMI in the CCDC proposal is almost identical to that of the Office Way project. The difference is that those making 120% of AMI or $125,000 won't get taxpayer subsidies through the Office Way project, but those qualified for the CCD programs well. Third, the dilemma for the CCDC is to secure market-based mortgages while charging below market rents with deed restrictions for 99 years. I understand their challenges, but I also understand the potential negative impact to taxpayers. After spending millions of dollars developing the North Point project, the town has yet to identify banks to provide long-term financing. Good intentions cannot always defy the laws of economics. I hope common sense will prevail to resist the temptation to promote policies that are good for the soundbite town. And I hope the CCD will continue to look for private communities for support. Thank you.
Thank you. Jim, next, please.
Sherry Pettigrew.
Sherry Pettigrew, Bradley Beach area. My comments today are related to the proposed amendment to the LMO, specifically to the addition of a floor area ratio or FAR for single-family dwellings. It is my understanding, as Councilman Ames stated earlier today, that the FAR of 0.45 includes non-heated spaces like garages and porches. It appears that there's an effort to expedite this change, and I believe we should make sure property owners have an opportunity to weigh in on such a change that will dramatically impact the size and value of the home that they can build. I've read the rationale for this change, and it seems to me that whoever crafted this recommendation started at the conclusion desired instead of performing a fact-based analysis and letting those facts drive a reasonable recommendation to address the issue of larger family dwellings being built around the island. Is this really an issue, or is this an opinion? Is this an altruistic recommendation based on the environment and the overall good of Hilton Head, or the self-serving motives of a few? In fact, the first bullet in the justification can be used to come to the alternate conclusion that the existing LMO regulations are adequate to control the size of the home and structures on the impacted properties. The PowerPoint presented at last week's PPC meeting stated the purpose of the proposed FAR was to effectively regulate the volume of single-family homes being built. I propose to you today that the existing property setbacks and height restrictions are adequate to regulate the size of new homes. These two restrictions already in the LMO dictate the length, the width, and the height of the structures that can be built on the lot. Length times width times height equals volume. Anything more is unnecessary and will reduce the value of property. You can't paint all existing neighborhoods with the same FAR brush. Just look at the analysis on page 2 of the justification, and you'll see what I'm talking about. All neighborhoods are different in terms of lot size and personality. If a FAR of 0.45 is passed, many property owners will be restricted to building homes 1/3 the size of their neighbor's home. This should not be an acceptable consequence of an ill-conceived and a one-size-fits-all approach to further limit the size of a single-family dwelling for those who just want to build their dream home, just as their neighbors have. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Matt Sweeney.
Good afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Town Council, Mr. Town Manager. Matt Sweeney, Indigo Run. Today, we're going to hear about a proposal from the Coastal Community Development Corporation. I understand it to be led by a distinguished group of island residents who intend to benefit dozens of low-income workers on the island and, indirectly, Hilton Head Island as a whole. I commend their passion and talents. Residents on Hilton Head Island are incredibly charitable. We give to national organizations like Feed America and the Nature Conservancy and the United Way. We give our time to local causes like Deep Well and Second Helpings, and that's all great. But at the end of the day, our contributions to charities, whether time or money, are based on subjective and personal preferences. One of CCDC's many challenges is the natural law of economics. They seek to use rent receivables that are far below market rate to repay market rate commercial mortgages and debt from impact investors. CCDC's request to Town Council is that taxpayers make up the gaps to help them repay their debt. I'd like to borrow a line from Representative Shannon Erickson, who represents the northern part of Beaufort County. Her motto is, "No public money without public accountability." As proposed in the Town Council package today, CCDC is requesting to use public money to subsidize their debt to third parties and to benefit just a few dozen other third parties that they choose, but there is no public accountability. To be clear, I applaud CCDC's intentions, creativity, and the talented team they've assembled, but I do not support any monetary contribution from the town. If instead of money, CCDC needed government support solely to make changes to the LMO that make it better for residents, improve preservation of the island character, and support local businesses, then I would consider supporting it. I encourage CCDC to proceed supported solely by the generosity of private donors and investors. Thank you.
Thank you.
Carrie Norris.
Jim?
Carrie Norris.
Good afternoon, Cherry Norris Shipyard. First, I just want to say thank you for the Singer-Songwriter Festival. It was awesome, and that closing event was spectacular. And a true inspiration, because Martin Lesh and I are co-producing the tree lighting ceremony on December 1st, and thank you for your support for it, because we anticipate it to be another excellent event on Hilton Head. I'm here because I really applaud the creativity and the ideas that are being presented to solve a problem that we have on the island of housing for workers and employees and for business owners and even for students. I am in more support of the Office Way project because I believe that our government should encourage private initiatives instead of getting entangled with subsidized government housing. And the Office Way project presents a plan that requires no taxpayer dollars. Whereas my understanding for the CCDC, which I'm, good for them for proposing another solution, but they are looking for a $600,000 grant from the government and additional unknown amounts. As a partnership with the government, 50-50, if I'm a taxpayer and I'm investing in something that I have no control over, and I have no idea how often they're going to come back and ask for more money, and there's no accountability, that is not a good investment. I would want to have a voice in my investment. And as a taxpayer, I don't want that. I don't want to be potentially obligated for millions of dollars in the future. So that's really it. That's really it. I'm going to just close by saying I thank you and I support the private sector leading the way in the housing on Hilton Head.
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have.
That's all you have? Okay, so as I mentioned before, for those that would like to speak in regards to the environmental conscious best practices and you weren't signed up, we'll give you a chance to speak now. So yes, ma'am. But when you do come up, please state your name and where you live.
Thanks, you guys. Thank you, Brian. I know that was fun. Good afternoon, Mayor Perry and Town Council. I want to express my gratitude for everything that you've done and that you have removed Roundup out of our playgrounds and Water's Edge. But the issue, per Department of Pesticide Regulations, is that pesticides don't respect boundaries, and we want it out of our parks and to keep going in the positive direction that you've started. Thankfully, Hilton Head Island, I just want to back up. We moved back to Hilton Head. We're so happy to be back to our happy place. We moved back last summer. So as soon as we got here, we wanted to work on this, see what the school district is using, see what the town is using. Thankfully, Hilton Head Island School Improvement Council has taken a proactive step by officially selecting organic management as their one of 5 priorities. And I honestly feel that we are kind of working in a parallel path with them. We respectfully are asking for the same protection for our children, pets, wildlife, and environment. While I appreciate Brian's effort, it's clear that we need to address that we shouldn't be allowing contractors or distributors to weigh in on pesticide safety. We've seen this movie before. We know the talking points from industry. We hear about the EPA's safety and regulation. We hear about how it's thorough testing, but we know that land-grant universities, we greatly respect Clemson, but almost all of their funding comes from the chemical industry. The town of Hilton Head received an organic management policy that we created specifically for Hilton Head and Hilton Head's needs. And this is something that protects life ecosystems and has proven successful. We've worked with the town of Palm Beach, which I feel is similar to Hilton Head and our aesthetics and the demands for, beautiful parks. We've proven you can have that without chemicals. We've also done this for the city of New York City and all 5 boroughs. So what I'm asking is for the town council to make this a priority, because I think residents, the more we share this information, they're shocked that Roundup is still being used where children play and where our pets play. And if you're a pet owner like we are, we let Bella on the bed, on the sofa, kind of anywhere in the house. And since Roundup is being sprayed on our sidewalks, that exposure now impacts your family anywhere that pet comes in contact with. The U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, for example, has only tested toxicity of 200 of the 80,000 chemicals that they have registered for use in the market, which I was shocked. So in closing,
Okay.
in closing, you all took an oath to protect public health and safety, and we're asking you to follow through by that, by making today a historic meeting, by agreeing to approve a land management policy that protects children.
I need to stop you there. If you also state your name.
Kim Conti, thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Marcy Tressel. I live in Sea Pines, and I've been here for 51 years. And I'm also supporting the ban of anticoagulant rodenticides. I volunteer for the Bird of Prey Center, and I just want everyone to know that I have had 2 owls and a red-tailed hawk that have died. They bleed out. It's the most horrible death. I've had to take them to a veterinarian to have them euthanized. We kill, and it's decimating our owl population. We kill the birds of prey, we have more rats, and then what do? And the other thing I'd like to say, I walk the beach every day, and when a styrofoam cooler breaks down, hundreds of thousands of tiny little balls are along our shoreline that we can't get it. It gets into our fish, we eat our fish. So please consider banning both of these. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wish to speak on this? Yes, sir.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is Christopher Geiger, and I live in Point Comfort, just across the street. I just wanted to ask, why is Hilton Head Island special? Why do people travel all over the world to come here? Why did Charles Fraser choose to develop Hilton Head Island for what it is, rather than cut it down for timber? It's the subtle beauty of our island. We're not the Grand Canyon, we're not the Everglades, and we're not even the Blue Ridge Parkway. But we have dogwoods, and we have crepe myrtles, and we have tall pines for ospreys, bald eagles to lay their nests in. We're visited by monarchs on their journey south, and we have white-tailed deer and alligators that live here. The point I want to make is that Hilton Head Island has enormous and diverse populations of wildlife for its small size and relatively large human inhabitants. In a time when it feels like the natural world is getting farther and farther away, it is something special to see ospreys fishing and bumblebees pollinating from your backyard. I do not think that banning Roundup will be sufficient or effective enough to combat wildlife destruction. I think an enforcement of proper use and accurate data on how much is being used, where it is being used, and why it is being used will go farther than a blanket ban ever would. So I'd like to thank you, Brian, for the IPM integrated pest management. I think that's a pretty good idea. I do not think that trying to control the natural world is very effective. I think it is expensive and counterproductive. We shouldn't be fertilizing ornamentals that don't want to grow in our climate, and we shouldn't spray pesticides and fungicides when they inevitably get diseases. I'm not saying that we need to totally change the landscaping, the golf courses, the manicured lawns on our island. I know we are a golf community, but I think it would behoove us as our island develops and grows to not forget why the people came in the first place. Thank you, Council.
Thank you. Do we have anybody else that wishes to speak on that matter? Yes, sir.
My name is George Paletta, and I live in Sea Pines. I want to say that after attending a Zoom meeting this morning, and to clarify that the Sea Pines CSA, which was the meeting I attended by Zoom, there was no positive determination about the private development of Office Way project, which some people had said that the Sea Pines was against. I know there has been many calls to our town council representative to change his vote. And because Sea Pines' general population is in support of the project, the general population, as well as many CSA board members. So therefore, I am asking our representative to stay with his original vote. Also, we need to show that private developers are welcome to use their own funds to provide workforce housing or any other development for workforce housing and the low-cost housing. Third, in the private enterprise development by Mr. McSpain, who was in the lead in the Office Way project, He provides a life raft for USCB for residents at the university. Let me state for the record that if this project does not go through, I will again bet everyone up there $100 that the university will be closed in 5 years. So if this project does not go through, and let USCB look like a university and not just a pretty office building on the south end, we are determined to let it go. There is no doubt in my mind, nor many of yours. Now, let me state for the record that I am against the CCDC proposal and any other government-financed project. And I know some of the same people are attempting to do that are helping in the development of the Office Way project. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anybody else that wishes to speak in regards to the environmentally conscious best practice management? Angie.
Hi, Angie Hutchins, Shipyard. I'm excited about too many things. So I'm just excited that this is on for today, this environmental issue to restrict Roundup and other pesticides. We moved here for health reasons. I know a lot of people that moved here for health reasons. As a former nurse who's seen, just being the age I am and watching us become a more frail society overall, that's, I think, our best future is to look towards people that want to live a healthy life at whatever stage of the game they're in, because the rest of our country is suffering. There's statistics on Roundup in breast milk, in everyone's breast milk. That's really bad. There's just so much to this Pandora's box of chemicals that we are encountering as a nation here specifically, and anything you can do to lead the way in this country, I'm so excited about. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? All right, seeing none, we'll bring it back and we'll continue on with unfinished business. Consideration of an ordinance authorizing and directing the town of Hilton Head Island to enter into an intergovernmental agreement relating to South Carolina local revenue services to participate in one or more local revenue service programs, to execute and deliver one or more participant program supplements, and others relating thereto, second and final reading. John Troyer. This item was presented to the Finance Administrative Committee on July 18th with a recommendation to forward to Town Council for approval.
This ordinance would allow us to enter into agreement with MASC to continue this collection effort. I do have with me our Revenue Services Manager, and we're available for any questions. And there's been no change from first reading.
If there are no questions,
Any questions? Okay.
I would move council authorize and direct the town of Hilton Head Island to enter into the intergovernmental agreement relating to South Carolina's local revenue services, et cetera, et cetera.
Second.
All those in favor, please raise your right hand. What? Oh, public comment? Yes. Sure.
Thank you, Chad.
Thank you, Chad. Any public comment? All right, we'll bring it back. Any discussion? Okay, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. So moved. New business, presentation by the Coastal Community Development Corporation. John Troyer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have a presentation from Mr. Alan Wolf.
Good afternoon, everyone. Alan Wolf, Chairman of the Coastal Community Development Corporation and President of the Surge Group. I get to drive. How do you put this in presentation mode?
This is a PDF.
Just scroll down. You got it. This is not the one that we reviewed with the Finance and Administrative Committee. That's the one that was supposed to be up. Probably on the computer somewhere.
What
was attached to our agenda today. Right here, 32923.
I can take you through 155 pages if you like. I think that's what's up there, but I had a nice brief one that we had reviewed with Mr.
Which
Brown.
one is it that you're needing? The one that was at FNA?
Yes. Thank you.
On August 15th? Is that correct?
Yes.
Yes.
The PowerPoint right below that.
Number 8.
No, wasn't it?
Sorry, I don't have it. The PDF?
The back one?
Yes.
That it, Alan? That's 43 slides. Kim, if you pulled it up, if I could just, if you pulled it up in F&A, Kim,
Saw one more thing there.
same folder. Yeah.
We can roll with this. Okay. Mayor Perry, thank you for having us to explain the Coastal Community Development Corporation. In September of last year, the Chimney Cove residents were issued eviction notices, and the community was reminded of how fragile the workforce housing market is. Out of that crisis came a dialogue which sparked a vision and brought us to this reality that we're sharing with you today, to purchase existing housing for sale in our market with the intent of it being made available for rent to the local workforce. Our approach combines local and regional banks providing mortgages on the villas and houses with altruistic investment from the community, businesses and municipalities to create a truly comprehensive community approach. And after 6 years of standing here advocating for workforce housing for our community, I believe over the next 10 minutes, you'll understand that we have a viable solution for addressing the shortage that our community faces. I have distributed printed versions for each of you. It's far longer and more tedious than what we'll cover today, but that document is a comprehensive review of how the Coastal Community Development Corporation intends to perform the work of securing housing for the workforce for the next 99 years. Our approach is conducive to the Town of Hilton Head Comprehensive Plan from October of 2020. And as you'll see, our efforts tie in seamlessly to the Finding Home work from November 2022. And indeed, the formation of the CCDC is a response to the work that the town has done over the 6 years that I've been up here talking with council. So thank you, Councilman Brown and the Finance and Administrative Committee for bringing us here. And thank you, Mayor Perry, again. We're going to give you a high-level overview of our approach and answer any questions that you have. I'm happy to answer or go through anything that's in the printed document for you. Now, if there's any chance of finding the presentation that's supposed to be up there, it would be helpful, but now it's not going to happen. Okay. So, who we are. We have a board of 7 community members with experience in nonprofit administration, finance, housing tax credit programs, development, corporate and real estate law, and entrepreneurship. And it's thanks to the swift work of this board that you see on the screen that we've been able to get this thing to work so quickly. We filed for our nonprofit status in February of 2023 and received the IRS approval in May of this year. You can see our mission on the screen there. We simply seek to increase the availability of homes for our local and regional workforce by, number 1, preserving existing housing, number 2, redeveloping existing property, and then look at new development opportunities to meet the demand of our working residents. We have a number of tools that we've implemented to ensure that the workforce housing guidelines are met. And you can see the first one would be to provide rents that serve between 50 and 120%. The most recent version takes that up to 150%. In talking to local businesses, we understand that 120% of the AMI does not satisfy the need across all the needs of our workforce segment. The units will be deed restricted. Our goal is 99 years. That's the South Carolina top end that we can get to, and it would also be in line with any funding source requirements. We have an application process that most importantly has been vetted for fair housing law reasons, and what we can do is prioritize workers who live or want to live in the community with which they work. And then the last piece is our focus on long-term rental and purchase options for our renters ties to the top two strategic priorities of the town of Hilton Head, which is growth management and workforce housing. In many cases, we would be able to remove short-term rentals from the market, and of course, we'd have no short-term rentals in the inventory that we manage. Back up. The Beaufort County Housing Needs Assessment presented these numbers. When we saw it, all of us in 2017, we predicted 2,335 rental units needed at the different AMIs and rental swaths that you see on the screen. We believe that those numbers cannot be attained for Hilton Head Island simply through development and require an alternative approach, and that's really what has brought us here. We have built the CCDC to leverage a host of cost curve bending strategies. We've been working feverishly to include those. The first one is the development side of it. It is a nonprofit. When we started down this path almost a year ago, we weren't sure if this would be a for-profit or a nonprofit venture, and we realized that developer profit had to come off if we were going to make the numbers work, and therefore it has. The second one is property tax abatement. The South Carolina legislature permits a property tax abatement on units that serve between 50 to 120% of AMI. In the instances that our units would be above those percentages, then we would be paying full property taxes. And then we've also taken the time to engage local businesses as well as banks. And there's been some statements about market rate mortgages. That's not the case at all. We've met with coastal, regional, and local banks that are willing to provide below market mortgages, which is why we can make this thing pencil. It's a very difficult task. Let's see.
Mayor, are we holding our comments until
Yes.
the end? Thank you.
Our intention is to review the model that's printed over there on the corner of the table, and that is certainly going to have to be pulled up before I can get into that because it's not, this is from March. So we've got about 6 months old. I can go back in my email and forward it to someone if that's the easiest thing.
Yes.
Mayor, if there are hard copies of us, maybe it would be helpful for us to have those hard copies now as he goes through the presentation.
That'd be great.
If we can get those, that would be helpful.
Mayor, could I have just a moment to grab
Yes.
the email, and where should I send it to?
Yeah.
Thank you, Alan.
Please accept our apology, Alan.
Accepted. No problem. Technically, is my weakness. Let's see. Yeah. What's your email?
Mayor, I'm noting he's done really well up through page 9 of what we've been handed. Looking at page 10, which says, how are we doing it into the phases?
Yeah, and again, that printed presentation you have is a little more that you probably want me to cover slide by slide, but it was really there for reference as you all dig into this with any questions. It can give you our full scope of exactly what we're trying to do.
Mark, have you received that and forwarded it on? I was going to say we can take a quick 5-minute break.
Excel sheet?
Yeah. Why don't we take a 5-minute break while you get that organized? Okay, 5-minute break.
I went back in.
That's
Yeah.
It's that one. You had it up the last time.
All right, we don't want this.
Hey there. You're so funny.
Thank you, George.
If we could get everybody to take their seats, that'd be great.
Counselor?
Let everybody get into there. Get comfortable. All right, if you would like to start over, feel free to, but if you feel you can move forward, then that's great also.
We'll pick up here. We were talking about cost curve bending strategies, and I didn't want to miss one of the most important ones, which is the altruistic investment piece of this. To access low-cost capital, the board has devised a plan to go out and speak with gated communities, businesses, and community foundations to look for low-cost capital. And we're happy to report that we've received soft commitments of over $2 million already, which will far and away help us achieve what we're trying to do beyond this model that we're talking about here today. We are here today to talk about the request for $600,000 of funds to assist us in implementing our first phase of acquisitions, which would include 13 units on Hilton Head Island. The overall budget, as you see, is $3 million, meaning for every $1 of municipal funding, we will secure $4 of private funding. The CCDC would recommend a reimbursement program in which the $600,000 of committed funds are reimbursed as we purchase units versus handed over as a one-time grant. This capital would be used strictly for acquisition, and as you'll see, we have fully funded our administrative budget for the next 15 plus months, so it would not be used for administrative purposes. I would like to introduce Dave Wetmore, who is going to review the model, which he spent now 17 versions on, finally tuning so it's ready for you today. Dave is a board member of the CCDC. He's passionate in his advocacy for solving this challenge, and his knowledge and insight have been instrumental in getting us to this point. So Dave.
Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Mayor Perry and council members. As you mentioned, my name is Dave Wetmore. I'm a 25-year resident of Long Cove. I'm a retired CPA executive, and I'm passionate about trying to solve this problem. The concept we came up with, the only way you can make this thing work is you got to bend the cost curve. A private developer now doing any cost workforce housing requires a 13 to 15% return. So if you put a 13 to 15% return in a model, it basically doesn't work. You can't do it. So we came up with this idea that we would buy existing properties and we would finance them through altruistic investment. And so what we're asking investors is to take a 3% return in the hopes that of taking a lesser return that they would help solve a problem that potentially can affect their lifestyle and probably more importantly, their property's net worth over their property values over a period of time. If in fact our island becomes less desirable, our property values are going to suffer. So the concept, we built a model, we took MLS data, so this is real data, and it exists at a point in time, but it won't necessarily be the properties that we'll purchase because MLS changes every day. And so we needed to get a handle on what properties were on the market, and we secured those. But at any one point in time, you can go out there. There were 600 properties that changed hands in Hilton Head, condos and villas last year in the $200,000 to $300,000 price range. And so this model is based on 13 out of 600 is not a significant item. Alan, am I going? So we're actually using real data for this. So we used actual rents. These rents are generally below market. That's part of what we're after. We're increasing those rents in the model only at 4.17% per year. So the model works. The 4.17 is magical because it is the average rate of appreciation in Beaufort County real estate over the last 20 years. If you took that number for the last 5 years, it's in excess of 15%. If you took it for the last 10 years, it's in excess of 10%. So it's a very realistic assumption. And if you talk to our renters on the island and said, we're only going to increase your rents 4% over the next 10 years, I think you might see some very happy tenants. Also, part of our goal is to receive cost concessions from everybody who participates in the process. So property management is generally available at 12% per year. We have received a concession from a well-known property manager to reduce that to 10%. We talked to another one this morning who was willing to reduce it to 8% in the first year and 9% in the second year. But basically, everybody that we do business with, we're going to ask them to put some skin in the game. There's a small management for CDC, so we can help fund the running of the organization. Repairs and maintenance, I've heard this mentioned several times today that the town would be somehow responsible for repairs and maintenance. That's just not true. All the repairs and maintenance are the responsible of CCDC. And there's an industry standard that repairs and maintenance generally are 12% of the rents. Because we are going to inspect the properties, we're only going to buy properties that we believe meet our qualifications. We're not going to buy a property unless we can either buy it at the market rate or we can put enough money into it to get it up to our standards and have that be at the market rate. So for the first year, repairs and maintenance at 3%, second year at 6%, third year it's 9% because we're going to do all that work up front. It's going to build up. We need to do owner's insurance. Regime fees are built in there. As you probably know, insurance rates on Hilton Head have gone through the roof. We've updated the data in that so that we've reflected a lot of the changes were reflected last year. And now we're hopeful that the insurance market will somewhat come down. But as you can see from the model, we have a positive cash flow. We can pay off our investors. And at the end of 10 years, we are able to pay back our original investors their investment, their 3% return, and depending on the rate of appreciation, a potential upside if the appreciation rates are in excess of 4.17%. So we retain the responsibility to make this thing work. We're committed to having reasonable rents for our renters, and we believe we have a financial model that makes sense based on real data. This is the source of financing. Basically, we have talked to a number of individuals, altruistic investors. Community Foundation of the Low Country is likely going to be one of those investors, but we've talked to a lot of individuals. A lot of those individuals want to see investment from the town of Hilton Head in order to participate. They believe that the town has a responsibility to address this problem. It's been identified as a significant problem in the community for a long time. We think we have a solution that can start to address it now that doesn't involve any development. It doesn't involve anything that we have to do. All we have to do is secure currently existing properties. So I'll be happy to answer any questions on the financial side of it.
Okay, but let's finish up with the presentation and we'll come back with those questions.
So we've covered a lot of ground to date since our inception. We've generated $225,000 of donations, $125,000 through businesses and independents, along with a $100,000 matching grant from the Community Foundation of the Low Country. We have, thanks to the generous work of one of our board members and their foundation, closed on 3 units already here on Hilton Head Island. The first 2 were in Wood Lake. They had existing workers already in place, so we were able to preserve those opportunities for those workers. The third one was a Marshside unit where somebody moved to Tennessee and the property was going to the wider market. We were able to secure it and invite a local worker to be the tenant there who was living at that extended stay hotel apartment type place by McDonald's in Bluffton. So I'd like to share that testimonial video quickly with you.
Down here from Columbia, South Carolina, about 1.5 years ago. I work on the island at one of the local law firms. I am a paralegal and wanting to pursue my education and get my law degree eventually and become an attorney. There was nothing available at the time. Moved into the only thing that I found, which was out in Bluffton. And rent was just very expensive to be in a studio apartment.
A lot of employers on the island need qualified, young, energetic people, and they're not moving to Hilton Head because they can't afford it. They're moving off island, they're moving further away.
Bluffton's, just at the other side of the bridge. However, everyone's coming onto the island and leaving the island at the exact same time every day. It could be an hour to 2 hour commute every morning.
So when you start figuring out how much time you're spending coming back and forth, you're not going to make that decision. You're going to find another job somewhere else. So this is a way to bring some of those people back and to help the business community thrive. Come on inside, Madison. I want you to see this. Well, Madison's a brand new unit for us. It's 1 bedroom, 1 bath. It's not overly big. It's about 800 square feet. Madison qualified financially, and she's the quintessential candidate we're looking for.
That's really nice. It's a great space. There's a walk-in closet, newer furnishings in both the living room with the built-in bookshelves, and then appliances in the kitchen. It's just a great space to live in. Nice to meet you. I'm Madison. I'm your new neighbor. Welcome to the neighborhood. Thank you.
It's very exciting. These guys are trying to put together 40, 50 units, and they're trying to make it where the employee can afford to live on Hilton Head and work on Hilton Head.
I'm going to be paying just the flat $1,600 a month, and I'm much closer to work, so gas I'll be saving on, time I'll be saving on. Time is more valuable than anything in the world. Being able to be a part of this program is saving me so much money. That way I am able to continue to work and not have to leave Hilton Head. I can stay in this area, invest more in the community, get more involved in the community, and not have to pay $3,000, which is unfortunately is not affordable for young professionals like myself. So I'm excited to just get everything unpacked, get everything where it needs to go, and just start from this new beginning.
So thank you for letting me share that, Mayor Perry. It's a nice win for one of our first 3 units that we were able to purchase. Today, we would like the support of the Town of Hilton Head Council for a request for the $600,000 from the current year fiscal budget, which I believe was allocated with $3 million for workforce housing. We believe we are, because of the issues up on the screen, in the best spot to provide an immediate opportunity that's with a strategy which supports the growth management concerns of our town. The 99-year covenants that are tied to median incomes provide a long-range solution, not a short-term solution. We have a plan to prioritize home ownership. When somebody earns out of an income bracket because they've made more money in their job, that is a huge win. And we have a plan to provide a runway for those folks to buy the unit that they're living in or another one from the inventory, along with their opportunity to build up phantom equity towards the down purchase price. It truly is a community solution. We hope that you all will join us for that. So I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Okay. Any questions from council?
Just one thing, Mr. Wolf, you mentioned the 50 to 150%, but also in one of your slides, the copy I have is page 8. I apologize, I'm not sure what page it's on here, but this indicates that units must be rented at defined AMIs, that 20% must be at 50% AMI.
Yes, so
Range, and then 55% can be up to 80%. So that's 75% up to 80%, as opposed to thinking of the higher range of 150%. So
that particular prescription, and we can thank the Greenville Housing Fund for opening our eyes to it. It's the IRS Fair Harbor law, as well as the state legislature's requirement for the property tax abatement. So only if you own units in the swaths in those ratios can you qualify for the property tax abatement. Again, anything that would be over that, we wouldn't be applying for the property tax abatement, which is done through Columbia and honored by the county.
yeah, so 75% of the units would be up to 80%.
Yes, and exactly that in this 13-unit model. Anytime we have a property tax abatement, and if there's municipal funds, that's what we're going to do. We would obviously serve the lowest ends of the spectrum.
And then also the restricted covenants are going to go, it'll be restricted for up to 99 years, which is the max you can provide. So that well exceeds the current LMO language.
Absolutely. I mean, that's the intention of the nonprofit. That's correct. The only covenant that we're really prioritizing is ensuring the bank needs to have, because they're putting mortgages on the properties, a clear path that if there was a default, that they could remove the covenant for that purpose.
And can you say a little bit more about the runway to property ownership?
Yeah, we look at it as a 3 to 5 year window if somebody has earned out of the income brackets. And even if they haven't, if they're in the same income bracket and they want to buy the unit that they're in, we've set aside roughly $2,000 to $2,500 per year in our model that can be used towards reduced purchase price. And because our model only demands appreciation of 4.17%, the 20-year historical average, we can offer a sale price that's well below market likely if, the property values continue to rise like they have been.
And the return to investors is over a 10-year period?
Yeah, that's correct. Mhm. And investor is a strange word. Yeah, from the business side, it sounds like investment. The CCDC has drafted risk disclosure documents and a promissory note as the vehicle to collect debt. And so it's really not an investment. You can't invest in a nonprofit. We use the term loosely around investment, but it's really a promissory note. It's a debt instrument.
Thank you.
Other comments? Questions?
Yes.
Becca?
Well, thank you, Alan, for your presentation. I know that an awful lot of work and thought has gone into this.
Thank you.
Though I don't agree. And there are a number of reasons why. But I'm going to first ask you a question. If there was someone who had that runway to home ownership through your program, and you have a 99-year thereabouts covenant on the property, what does that do to them?
It survives the sale. It survives the time horizon. We learned in our work prior to COVID through the Business Workforce Coalition, we studied Aspen. They put a 25-year deed restriction in place for workforce housing in the late 80s. And then, 25 years later, they all jumped to market price and they sold at the top of the market and there was no workers living in them and it didn't work. So we've taken a longer horizon and ensured that based on that failure, that the covenant will transfer over any sales.
Do they have any opportunity for home equity growth?
Yes, there is, absolutely. Just at the restricted appraisal side and also dependent on AMIs. If AMIs were to double, they'd have a lot of equity opportunity increase, that's correct. But it is all, since it's tied to AMI, it would be restricted at that level.
Oh, okay, let me just start. There was a correction that someone was trying to make with regard to home maintenance and repairs. I think that the point that was being made is that there's a request for to be able to utilize funds through our Town of Hilton Head home maintenance program.
That was offered, excuse me.
Go ahead. Okay.
That was offered, that was pointed out during one of our early meetings, I think it was in May, with a couple of town staff members in which they said that that was an opportunity. It's not currently available to be used for a program like ours, but they had suggested that it may be a short step to make our program eligible for it, but it's certainly not a requirement, and it's never been proposed from our side.
Okay, because those are ARPA funds, right? They're limited in scope.
I have no idea.
And once we have spent those, there's no provision for that to live on, as I understand. So those maintenance fees, et cetera, were put into place with the ARPA funds to help residents on the island who have been living without proper roofs and doors and windows on their home. And we don't want to see those funds diluted for those property owners on the island currently. So I noticed in the paperwork also that there is a reference to Hilton Head Island / Bluffton. So what assurances are there that this, in fact, if this came to fruition and $600,000 were given to a nonprofit with no public equity ownership in it, and how are we assured that these are Hilton Head Island residents who are taking advantage, that we're helping?
Yeah, the covenant restriction in this case would apply that it would only be eligible to workers on Hilton Head Island. To the extent that there are workers who need the housing, at which point if there was nobody applying any longer that was working on Hilton Head Island, I could see an opportunity for that to go to a business that has an employee working here, but somebody that's living currently off island is an opportunity for them to come to the island, but it would prioritize those that live and work on Hilton Head first.
And is that written into y'all's documents?
Yes, it is. We have 6 priorities. The first priority is for anyone who has been displaced or will immediately face displacement from their current home of residence. See the Chimney Cove crisis, that's how we got there. The second one would be for any business who would help us as an affiliate sponsor and help provide the down payment equity for a unit. For instance, if Giuseppe's was to buy a unit, they would not get a preference, but if they buy 2, they get a preference on 1. So we've asked businesses to solve it for themselves, but also for the wider community at the same time. And then after that, the priorities are if you live and work in the community that the unit is located in.
So these properties that you're purchasing, would they then be rented out as a single unit, or would they be rented out by bedroom?
Single units.
So if you had a 2 or 3 bedroom property, then you would be looking for a family? That would be-
Family, or it could be 2 or 3 servers that want to be roommates. That's obviously outsourced to the long-term management company. We'd have no change there, but we're not renting by bedroom. No.
So it's feasible through the management company that indeed you would be renting by
Yeah, there would be a
bedroom?
lease, and somebody's going to be responsible for that lease. And if one of the 3 of them is responsible, that's the only one that I'm sure the management company would recognize. But yeah, that'd be great if we had roommates, if that's what you're getting at.
Well, I'm getting at something a little bit deeper, and that is that these properties that you are purchasing are throughout, anywhere on the island, where there are residential neighborhoods where it's expected that a family unit would be moving into the property, and that property would gain a specific amount of equity as appropriate over time. That is part of the relationship to the community itself, the neighborhood itself, in terms of their own equity. And so I think that you break a promise, not you specifically, but there's a promise broken to a homeowner when their community changes in this regard. And I'm concerned about that because it has broad and long-lasting implications for the neighborhoods. So that is the deeper point that I'm trying to make to you.
I would be very concerned about the fair housing laws that would be associated with that. There's no communities that are exclusive to families that I'm aware of. There certainly may be, but.
Understand that, but my point being that you're now purchasing a home that's going to be rented out by the room potentially.
Potentially.
And that changes things a little bit differently. I understand your point with regard to fair housing, that you understand mine as well, I'm sure. Additionally, while it's a good idea, what you're doing, I understand it. What you also are doing are taking homes that are within a specific price range. I've long talked about, what do we do with housing, right? We provide these rental opportunities, and in my mind, we're looking for the next step. As people move up in their profession, they earn more money, they get married, their family incomes becomes greater, and they no longer want to live in an apartment setting. What is their next step? And I've said, as a current status, that there aren't a lot of those next steps on the island, though there are some. And by taking these homes off the market, you're reducing that further. And so how do you account for folks who are looking to move along in their professional growth, their family growth and development over the course of time? Where do you want them next to go if you're buying the properties that are that next strand of home ownership? And isn't home ownership where we want folks to get to, right? It's the American dream. It's how you develop generational wealth. And on the one hand, you're giving them a little bit of help. Got it. But in the long run, I think you're hurting them, and I think you're hurting across the board the communities that these homes would be being purchased in.
On Hilton Head, and just to clarify, we cannot afford a home on Hilton Head. There's not a single one for sale, nor has it been for a number of years. So I think we're using the term home, but we're talking about condos and villas on Hilton Head. Exactly.
It's all the same.
However, in Bluffton, we can't afford single-family homes, 3, 4, 5 bedrooms, believe it or not. So, for somebody who happens to still qualify at 50 to 150% of AMI, that may be an option. But ideally, as soon as you earn out of the 150% AMI, you can afford a home on Hilton Head. So that would be a wonderful
Let's talk
path.
about 150% AMI. There's some, and we've heard folks commenting here tonight, there has been controversy for a couple of years now talking about AMI and pushback even against our council who are not in favor of 120, much less 150 AMI, and holding a private developer's feet to the fire who's not come to us to ask for any public funds. I would encourage them, if they're supporting this project here with the CCDC, that they consider their position and vote yes at the next opportunity, because those AMIs are held at 120% currently. So the inconsistency is, needs to be thought through a little bit more clearly. In terms of what this does overall, and with
Could I add
regard
something
to,
on your previous question? So
Sure, you may.
what's happening in the market is these are properties are being bought and put in, a lot of them are being put in short-term status, Airbnb and Vrbo. We just talked to somebody this morning that had a number of properties, 46, and everybody that's taking a look at buying these is taking a look at putting them in, taking them off of the long-term rental market and putting them into the short-term rental market, which exacerbates our problem. And so it's, I don't think anyone that we've talked to, these are not homes that are available. These are investors that are buying these because the returns on these things have been unbelievable.
Right, which is subject to change year over year.
Right,
As is
markets-
that decision, whereas in this case, you're committing it to a 99-year covenant, so there is no option for that type of change in analysis as what a private owner would do with their
Well,
property.
except
But I
we-
appreciate your point, thank you. The other concern that I have is with regard to taxes. So as a 501(c), I understood your explanation that if it were to go beyond 120% AMI, you would indeed be paying property taxes, which obviously our residents and every member of this council appreciates as we're looking towards our budget and what we can spend monies on to the benefit and the quality of life of the residents. But when you're under that 120%, it's lost revenue for the community. And I think that's a concern that we all have to appreciate. And even if you were to discuss the transfer fee taxes, which I saw was in some of your literature, that's another loss in revenue for the town. And so, you know, we have to be practical, right? Each and every time we talk about giving away money to a group, we're taking away public funds to the benefit of others, and not, and that's a big question. So those are a number of things in terms of lost revenue that I have to be cognizant of as I represent to my constituents and the residents across the island that I am being fiduciarily responsible with what they're giving us to spend. And so that has to be noted as well. I think, you know, I'm going to let some other folks talk, but I'm going to reserve my right to stop back in. But one of the things with regard to that money, I've heard it mentioned, and this may or may not be true, but I've heard it mentioned that indeed this $600,000 would be two things, not just 1 year, but year over year requested through an affiliated agency perhaps type, or maybe just like now, coming in out of sequence when our money has already been allocated and asking for money. And I think there was some chatter about, well, this is a tax money, so it's not really resident tax money. But every time we dip into that a tax money, I hope everyone who supports that idea as though it's free money, not residents, so don't worry yourself about it. It indeed is money that has already been allocated to good projects around the island, entities around the island, to continue to service the visitor as we generate that type of cycle back through and money. In fact, the Boys and Girl Club is a recipient of a significant grant that very well could be impacted by the loss of ATAX monies given to an organization such as this, where you own all the equity and the residents get nothing, truly. Truly, and I know we would probably debate that in terms of whether or not having a service worker here on the island is a benefit to the community. And I get a little uneasy, my skin crawls a little bit because I hear folks talking about how without service workers, folks that were plugging into places and continuing to create a renter class without opportunity to achieve the American dream, that we're talking about our lifestyle, that we are talking about the services that we expect. I would ask everybody to stop doing that. It's an elitist attitude that these folks who work here and we want to be part of our community are here to service us so that our quality of life can be at a higher level, and I find it offensive. So with that, I'll stop.
Other comments? Yes, Mr. Alford.
I see on page 14, on the 40% down payment, you've got grants and donations, town, businesses, local churches, altruistic investors. I assume that if they don't meet the contribution level that you would like to get from them, that the impact will be acquiring fewer apartments.
Yep, and the exact opposite if we exceeded, that's correct.
Has there been any consideration, or would you be willing to give consideration to using town funds, if any are granted to you, as incentives? In other words, the town will give X dollars if you raise Y dollars from this group. Has there been consideration of that, or if not, would you be willing to consider it?
Yeah, the matching idea would make sense. It's how we did our first administrative grant. And our model is already built that way. So yes, we would be up to the challenge.
I've listened to a lot of the audience discussion today, and the issue isn't that's being raised by a number of people in the audience isn't so much whether this is a good project or whether it's worthwhile and produce benefit to the town and its residents, but whether it ought to be financed privately or to some extent publicly. It would be very desirable if we could finance projects privately. As has been indicated here, the return on investment often is not enough to get the private sector involved. But we have seen private sector involvement in the workforce housing. But essentially, I don't feel, and I'm not sure others would feel, it isn't enough. The private sector's investments in workforce housing is great, but it isn't enough to solve the problem. And to a significant extent, the town has already taken the position that in addition to private sector funds, there need to be public sector funds involved as well. We are working on the North Point project. We've got a very sizable amount of money allocated every year to the concept of workforce housing. This, it seems to me, fits in. And I do not have a problem with using public funds. We've already made that decision and we need to do that. So I have a different approach than perhaps others have stated.
Okay, thank you. Other comments? No?
Was there comments to after the public comment?
Yeah. Yep.
And can I just pick up on one thing, Steve, that you mentioned with North Point? We have made an investment, and that investment primarily is the land, the 11 acres worth of land. When everything is said and done, as I understand it, we still own the land. So we have something of value that from what we've committed to the project, whereas here it is a gift of dollars and no ownership or any asset or equity that the town retains.
Okay. I'm going to open up for public comment. Hutchins, you had your hand up real quick.
Do I say my name again? Pardon me? Do I say my name again? Angie Hutchins, Shipyard. So this is fabulous. I love a lot of this, but my biggest concern is
keeping things simple. It just seems to me like that there's a lot of ways that overall, there's not real much push to, that's really bad. There's not a big push to keep things as simple as possible. If you have government funds, then what other government employees would you need to have oversight? How many other things would this be diverted from? But I'm also really intrigued with, well, I want to back up for just 1 second. Hilton Head, I swear Hilton Head Island has more nonprofits per square inch than anywhere in the world. And it seems like y'all have done a good job of tapping into those. It feels a little bit to me like Shark Tank when sometimes they have somebody with a really good idea, pitch it, and the sharks are like, well, you're doing fine on your own. You need to keep growing organically rather than involve a whole bunch of other red tape. And that's, again, I like simple because simple is understandable. Simple gets people in the community involved. Simple continues to grow. And then I'm concerned that this would open the floodgates for other nonprofits because if they know the government's funding some nonprofits, do they do more? I'm also very, very, very intrigued as to, and I've asked a lot of different officials this question, and when you brought up the long-term rental situation, we have across the country and in this area particularly a long-term rental shortage. And personally as realtors, when we talk to investors, comparing, it used to be somewhat equitable in terms of having a good investment, long-term versus short-term rentals, because there's pros and cons to both. But nobody's really addressing the elephant in the room is that the CDC imposed an, in my opinion, illegal moratorium of 15 months on people that do own long-term rentals. And to me, that's driven a lot of people out of long-term rental ownership, which is part of the problem of the supply issue on the island, because they don't know if suddenly they're going to be paying bills that are increasing, especially insurance, with no end in sight of when they're going to get paid rent again. And so I'm curious as to how that would interact with all this. So that's a whole lot of things, but I think it's a great idea. I just hate to see government involved in anything they can stay out of. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Hoagland?
Okay, let me give you the facts, not conspiracy theories or opinion. Just because something is worthy and heartfelt does not make it legal to tax fund. Kim Likens and the Boys and Girls Clubs are a perfect example of that. This type of funding is going to result in another lawsuit that's already been filed against you for the $600,000 issued to Sea Pines for the dredging of Harbor Town. You can think it's great, you can think whatever you want, but the fact is it's illegal. The constitutional law of South Carolina, and I happen to have being one of my lawyers, and knows a lot about that, it is illegal to use public funds for private purposes that's not for the public good, reason, and benefit and use. You can say it and whatever you want. They can pitch whatever they want right on this. Thank you.
All right, anybody else? Ms. Margaret?
And great, nonprofits. I give to the nonprofits what I believe they should get. How can you say you're going to give to one nonprofit, but not to another very worthwhile nonprofit? You can't do that. It has to be equal. You have to go and say, okay, what I'm doing, this is our equal board. If you give to one, you should give to them all. And again, with that AMI, I'm sorry, why do they get a much higher AMI to say for the renters versus the office rate project? 50 to 120, 0 to 60. Again, that is not equal. This country has lived on the free market value system for over 245 years. We should continue to try to follow that. We need to be the people who do it. This needs to be not government funding. Every time I see government funding into anything, it becomes destroyed. It becomes corrupt. The free market does not make it corrupt. I think our standard of living has greatly decreased. When they built the projects, people thought that was a great idea, housing. But look what happened to them. It was a disaster. I think when government puts their fingers, and I'm going to include our town council, into anything, it is going to decrease it. I truly believe that we should try to get as many people to buy the houses, not just to rent, to move, to do whatever. We need to go and improve people's morale and continue to be a free market society, and I think we need to use our dollars wisely. I think and continue. This is like putting an anchor around me, throwing me in the middle of the water and saying, okay, swim. I'm going to constantly be needing help to get up from that anchor pulling me down. If we start giving money to this, it's never going to end. I do not think we should do this. Thank you.
Thank you.
I agree with Sherry. I retract my statement. I retract my second half. I retract it till I speak to Senator
Mr. Ruffner.
Davis. Thank you. Spot on. Spot on.
Hi there, Chris Ruffner, Windmill Harbor. Tammy, you brought up such excellent points. Thank you so much. Everybody actually did. And I agree with Angie about the oversight. Everything gets so convoluted, and who's going to figure out when the person's done their, earn out, or they made it more than enough money for the place they're renting. Then we got to move them. There's a cost to that. The girl that you showed on the video, she was talking about becoming an attorney. She didn't say she wanted to be in hospitality, the rest of her life. And then if I'm taking this right, they can purchase the units after a few years, but at only like a 4% appreciation. Well, then the other residents in the area who weren't afforded the same courtesy of only, being able to buy their properties like that, that's going to bring their property values down just within the area. So I don't think that's fair to other residents. And then as far as some of these neighborhoods, if they're purchasing the properties, I don't know if they're going to allow multiple non-related family members in the same unit if there's a few bedrooms. So that's something I would try to keep in mind. And just as a realtor here, I think there's just a lot of, it's not that the housing is not affordable, which I know it's expensive for all of us, but a lot of these young people, they don't want to live with the older population here. They love Bluffton. It's a younger demographic. There's nothing to do here, even though, I think there's a lot to do with the beach, but they like it further out. So I don't know how that's going to help. We have like 600 restaurants. Maybe that's why we can't find enough people. And maybe we do need to have the tourist tax to help pay for some of this stuff, because I think all those restaurants aren't just accommodating the residents, it's, the tourists. That's why we need all these people. So anyway, that's my 2 cents. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yes, sir.
Mr. Mayor, my name is Fred Goulet. I'm in Palmetto Hall. I just wanted to say I would really encourage you guys to take advantage of the office way guy that wants to do it with his own money. This whole program is with our money, and we don't know where it's going to end. They've done a great job of presenting, and I know that their heart's into it. I just think that $600,000 today, it'll be $650,000 or $700,000 another year, maybe $1 million next 2 years. Next thing you know, we're going to have all these properties that have no appreciation. The people that are trying to sell the one next door can't afford to sell it because they're selling these things for $300,000, but they owe it for $600,000. It's just not going to work. That kind of program doesn't work. If this guy Office Way can spend his $30 million to put this into place for all these people to go ahead and live, why can't CDCC get that kind of sponsorship? Why does it have to be us? It doesn't have to be us. That's really what I really want to say. I just encourage you not to go ahead and spend our taxpayer dollars with this program. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Norris?
Terry Norris, Shipyard. Wonderful presentation. It was really well done. Tammy, I think you had some excellent comments to make in assessing this. And what really strikes me is If this is not a good investment for public because the returns are so low, why would we, as the government and taxpayers, make this investment when there's not enough return? The government is not a bank, and this feels more like a gift to this project instead of an investment. And I think with that, you open up a huge can of worms, because a lot more nonprofit organizations, for all their wonderful purposes, will then be free to ask for our taxpayer dollars. With the North Point investment, we have something tangible, which is land. It can be repurposed. But I'm not hearing that in this presentation. What do we have that's tactile? I like the idea that businesses contribute to this project because they have more skin in the game for long-term needs and benefits. I don't think our ATAX money should be used for housing, even though you could lean it towards, it does help tourism, whatnot. I think that's going to take away from other benefits, specifically culturally, that money can be used for. I am a huge proponent of the free market system and letting the private sector determine success and failure of businesses. I think that's what makes America great, and competition is good in the marketplace. When I hear a presentation like this, and my background was in the film industry for many years, it feels like an independent film offering. It looks really good, but you're investing in air if there's not a history, and you never know what the public or the market or the employees are going to deem that's good for them. It just doesn't feel like a secure investment for our taxpayer dollars or for the town to enter into this proposition. I think we're opening a big can of worms. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Smith.
Thank you, Gray Smith, Indigo Run. And I couldn't see the whole presentation. I had to finish up some trades, but and I appreciate being able to use the office out there. But I did have just a couple of concerns. First of all, I think real estate, in the final say and the bottom line, it's a business. And on the Office Way project, I noticed that there's a private businessman who's willing to take the risk and set up that whole situation, and that there are business people on the island that have come forth and offered to support that private enterprise. What I'm not seeing here is businesses willing to come up with their wallets and put it behind this project, and instead they're asking for the 600 grand initially from the town. If it's such a great project, why aren't the businesses that are supposedly going to benefit from housing their workers in this project stepping up to add some money? So also, the hospitality business, I've heard that turnover rates range up to 70% annually. So another concern I have is the worst case theory. What if you get all these people into these 12 units and then all of a sudden they get a better job in Bluffton or Beaufort or whatever, and they split? And they were paying the rent. Well, now who pays the rent at this point when they're gone? And that is a real factor because of a 70% projected turnover rate. And then finally, when I initially saw this 99-year covenant restricting use of any property on Hilton Head Island, whether it's this project or my next door neighbor, restricting what his house could be used for 99 years, scares the hell out of me. I don't like to see anything that's locked down for 99 years. I think that's a real concern. I'm not a real estate guy. I don't know a lot about it, but just at the gut level, That scares me. And those are my comments. I appreciate you listening. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have any other comments? Like it.
Hi, Kim Likens, for the record, Indigo Run. Good afternoon, Mayor, Town Manager, Council members. Thank you, as always, for the opportunity to speak. In November last year, the Town Council unanimously voted to approve the town's workforce housing framework and to establish a housing fund to support it. In 2023, the council made the implementation of the workforce housing framework a strategic priority. A partnership with the CCDC is a formative step forward to fulfilling your commitment to the workforce housing framework, most specifically the revenue pillar. The goal of the revenue pillar is to provide a consistent, sustainable, multi-source revenue model for funding workforce housing initiatives and partnerships. A critical step identified to accomplish this goal is to establish a network of potential financial partners, including but not limited to private investors, philanthropic organizations, banks, etc., to support workforce housing initiatives. By partnering with the CCDC, you accomplish all of this because we are bringing private investors, banks, and nonprofit organizations to work collectively with the town on implementing the workforce housing solution. Our strategy brings the community together to solve a community problem. You recognized early on the need for collaboration to solve this problem. We look forward to being part of your team to help get it done. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments from the public?
Ken Campbell, a resident of Milton Island for quite a few years. I am, full disclosure, I am on the CCDC board. I have decided to be very involved in that because I believe in the mission. I have joined with this council to be part of the solution and try to resolve some of the problems. We know, I think everybody in the room is aware that we have a problem with workforce housing. How that problem gets solved, there's many ways it could be solved. Private enterprise, which is my background, I've been an entrepreneur for 50 years, successful development company. Private industry has not solved the problem on the island. Office Park Road is a marketplace project. It's built for profit and it's not built for workforce. It's built for profit. It's market rate. What we are doing is not market rate. Will absolutely help the workforce and help everybody on the island. So I hope that you will continue along the path that you're on. Previous councils have allocated funds, you've allocated funds, and I don't think there's a lot of demand for those funds right now. There's very few vehicles to put those funds to use, and I think we will do a great job on behalf of the entire island. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? Okay, seeing none, I'll bring it back to the dais.
I've got a few things, Mr. Mayor. Want to ask Mr. Wolf a few questions, if I could. So, in this 13-unit model, this doing my rough math, with 75% of those having to be under the 80% AMI, it would be 9 units?
Yes.
And the path to ownership, I understand that the covenant was in place for the 99 years. I'm curious to know what happens to the property tax abatement if the unit is purchased by individual.
That would go away because they're not a nonprofit. You know, they're individuals that have to pay the local 4% rate.
And you mentioned early on in your presentation that the nonprofit would be open to a reimbursement type atmosphere for the funding that you're requesting.
Absolutely.
And the first purchases that you've done, can you mention again where they are?
2 of them are in the Woodlake community off of Matthews Drive, and the other is Marshside off of Gumtree Road.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I've got a couple other questions for staff, Mr. Orlando. But before I ask this question, I just want to make a couple statements here. When we talk about this housing crisis that we're in, I tend to really think about people and not units. Steve, you can help me with this. Charles Frazier, when he was developing sea ponds and as Hilton Head Plantation was being developed, I understand that there were units that were set aside that were affordable for people that were working here. And the free market, unfortunately, has gobbled those units up to a large degree. They're now market rate. One of the things that really bothered me when Chimney Cove was up for sale was that people in our community were going to be displaced with nowhere to go. And here we are with a presentation that is talking about a first choice for those that may be displaced. So that definitely gets my attention. Now for my questions for staff. We've got an approved $130 million budget, and there's a housing fund attached to that. Is that correct?
Sir.
Tune of
Approximately
few $1 million. And at the moment, do we have any other requests in front of us for housing?
nothing formal at this time.
Okay. We agreed that we wanted to start that fund so we could be intentional about housing. The ATAX legislation that was just passed, we as a council agreed to support that by resolution, did we not, as a full council? I believe so, we did. So I'm inclined to move this forward, understanding that there are buckets of money available that we can tap into. And as far as the expectations, as far as the accountability piece is concerned, we need to work that out. As this organization being a partner to the town, trying to solve a very, very dire need in our community.
Other comments? Ms. Bryson?
Sure, I'll go in order and jump in next. So, as I've said many times before, I support the strategy that the town council adopted of workforce housing. It's tied with me for number one with growth management on the island. And I am committed to doing it. During the campaign, we were asked a number of times about workforce housing, and all the comments we received was, yes, there's a workforce housing problem on this island. And what are we going to do about it? And I said many times that no one can solve it alone. Private industry can't solve it alone. Public can't solve it alone. It takes a lot of different models to try to solve workforce housing. I'm happy to hear another model tonight. I listened to the presentation that was made before the Finance Administrative Committee. I'm impressed that private citizens have stepped up to try to address this through unique financial analyses. The number of pages that we received in this model, my husband and I have 4 rental houses together. Yes, we have some workforce housing in our rental units. Yes, we're private investors. I wish I had somebody doing financial models for me. We kind of did it as we learned. But I support long-term rentals because you do give folks a place to live. and hopefully a safe, secure, quality place to live. Our folks are part of their neighborhoods. They're part of the workforce. And I see that here on the island. I used to live down south. We had workforce folks living above us and around us. We had full-time residents. We had folks with second homes. We had timeshares. I like to say I probably lived in every kind of housing there is on the island within one area. And so I try to understand everyone's approach and everyone's comments on things that come before us. I look at the data. I'm impressed that already this nonprofit has found and funded 3 units. I wish I could say the same thing for the town council. You've seen that. I'm impressed by that. I'm impressed by the creative financial model. I'm impressed by the willingness to step up. And I'm also cognizant of the fact, as Mr. Brown just mentioned, that we do have funds available to support workforce housing. We funded it with the intention of doing something with it, not letting it sit there. When I look at this kind of proposal, we have a number of affiliated agencies that come and apply through the ATAX committee. So we've already provided millions of dollars of funds that way. This is a similar model. I think that the Finance Administrative Committee could take a look at how to work out the details. The Finance Administrative Committee voted 4-0 to send this to the full town council. So evidently 4 of our town council members are already convinced this was a good idea. Otherwise it wouldn't be here tonight. So I'm going to support this request. And hopefully it will go back to the Finance Administrative Committee to work out the details. But we need all different kinds of models. No one, no entity can solve it alone. And I'm willing to step up and say yes. And another reason that I want to say yes to this is because of the AMI, as I mentioned before I asked the question, this model says that 75% of the units, so 3 out of every 4 units, must be up to 80%. 150% above that is only 25% of the units. And that has to be dealt with a different way with regard to tax purposes. So 75% of the units are going to be up to 80%. That's a different model than we've seen before, with a commitment of 99 years, well above the existing policy of the town council and the land management ordinance. So putting units in service right now with a commitment for 75% to be up to 80% and for 99 years with a pathway to home ownership or workforce in our community, to me, is a win. Thank you.
All right, other comments?
I don't want to step on and use too much time, but I do want to just address a couple of comments that I've heard. Reimbursement for public funds, the Bank of Hilton Head Island doesn't exist. The town of Hilton Head Island doesn't exist. And I don't think there's any expectation by the CCDC group to reimburse the town first. And then in terms of ATAX money and how others apply through affiliated agencies, while this model is unique and interesting, and I think as a private endeavor would have my full support, but not as a public-private partnership. And here's one reason why. When we look at affiliated agencies, we look at places like the Coastal Discovery and Boys and Girls Club and other folks. How many of those are duplicated one after the other on the island, whereas this model could be easily duplicated by another group of civic-minded individuals time over time. And so would each one of those groups also come forward and ask for money? And when does it end? And how much money do we have available? And as I said before, every time we do this, we take away money from that bucket that doesn't have a bottom to it. There's only so much resource in it. So I just wanted to point those things out as I heard them.
Okay. Any other comment, Mr. Alford? No? Mr. Ames?
Thank you, Mayor. I heard Mr. Alford make a comment that I agree with. The council voted, move forward with a program to support workforce housing. I heard Mr. Brown say that we're talking about people. I get really energized when I hear people saying that they can't live in my neighborhood. We need people in this community bringing energy, activity, and support on an ongoing basis. And housing for those people are essential. I think that Ms. Bryson sort of summarized my comments. And she did a good job doing it. I'm not going to try to debate facts and figures that have been represented in public comments, but I do think it's time for this council to move this forward, and I have a motion that I'd like to make, if I may.
Go ahead.
I move the funding request from the Coastal Community Development Corporation be returned to the Finance and Administrative Committee. 1, to seek legal opinions regarding the application of Act 57 of 2023 and the ability to use accommodation tax funding for workforce housing. 2, to determine alternative sources of funding in support of the CCDC program. And 3, to outline terms of the relationship.
Is there a second?
Pardon me, I'm losing my voice. Second.
Okay. All those in favor, please.
Public comment or?
Well, we've already done public comment.
In response to, okay.
Yep. So, all those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand. All those opposed?
I would just like to make a comment that when we make comments about not in my backyard, I wonder how many people behind the gates would like to pony up some land there.
So it passed. It's going back to the F&A committee, going back to the Finance Administrative Committee for further review and understanding and legal input and additional funding sources at a vote of 5-1. On to other business. Let's see, where are we?
Right at the beginning. Huh? Right at the beginning.
All right, a consideration of resolution to authorize submittal of the CDBG Entitlement Program Consolidation Annual Performance Evaluation Report, CAPER, for program year 2022 to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. Marcy Benz.
Good afternoon. For the record, my name is Marcy Benson, Senior Grants Administrator for the town. Before you tonight is the recommendation from the Finance and Administrative Committee for approval of a resolution authorizing the submittal of the program year 2022 Community Development Block Grant Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation Report, which is required by the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development for participation in the CDBG program. On August 15th, the Finance and Administrative Committee voted unanimously to move this along to the full council. And the CAPER outlines how CDBG funds were spent during the program year and the progress that was made towards the goals outlined in the 5-year consolidated plan, as well as the annual action plan. The CAPER was released for its required 15-day public comment period on August 16th. On the same day, a public meeting was held. We received no comments. No members of the public attended the meeting, and that will be summarized at the conclusion of the meeting today. And if you approve this submittal, we shall submit it to HUD by the September 28th deadline date. I'll be happy to answer any questions the council might have.
Questions from council?
A motion?
Make a motion.
I move council authorize the submittal of the CDBG Entitlement Program Consolidated Annual Performance Evaluation CAPER for the program year of 2022.
Second.
Okay, is there any discussion from the public? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais, and all those in favor, please signify yes by raising your right hand. That is unanimous. Thank you. Let's see. Next, consideration of a resolution extending the term of the memorandum of understanding between the town of Hilton Head Island and the Island Recreation Association. Mr. Group.
Good afternoon, Mayor, members of council. The items in your packet today indicate that back in 2018, the town entered into a memorandum of understanding with the Island Recreation Association. The term of that agreement was to run until September 30th of this year. A couple of months ago, a working group was created consisting of members of town council, members of the Island Recreation Association board, and then staff from both entities to begin drafting a new agreement. We are actively in the process of bringing that forward. We anticipate at this time hopefully being able to bring this matter to the Finance and Administration Committee at their October 17th meeting, and then hopefully sometime to town council shortly thereafter. But given that that does create a little bit of a gap, we've brought forward a resolution for town council to authorize an extension of the existing agreement on its same terms and conditions to cover that until a new agreement is brought before town council for your consideration.
Okay. Any questions or discussion with? Oh, seeing none, do we have a motion?
Yes, I move that council prepare a resolution extending the term of the memorandum of understanding between the town of Hilton Head Island and the Island Recreation Association.
Second.
Second, okay. Any discussion from the audience? Seeing none, we'll bring it back to the dais. All those in favor, signify by raising your right hand. So moved, 6-0. Mr. Orlando, do we have a need for an executive session?
Yes, sir. Item 12, items A through E as shown on the agenda.
Okay.
I move council go into executive session for the reasons cited by the town manager.
All those in favor, please raise your right hand. So moved. Making sure. Any action taken during executive
Yes,
session?
actually, I have three motions to make. The first is I move that the town council approve on first reading an ordinance to authorize the execution and delivery of easements granting Hilton Head Number 1 Public Service District the ability to install, operate, and maintain wells and associated infrastructure on real property owned by the town of Hilton Head Island, South Carolina, and authorizing the mayor and town manager to take all actions necessary to complete the execution and delivery of the easements to Hilton Head Number 1 Public Service District.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Any comments from the audience? All those in favor, please signify by raising your right hand.
The second motion, I move that the mayor and town manager be authorized to execute and deliver a settlement agreement for the Beaufort County case 2022-CP-07-1199 titled Mount Calvary Mission Baptist Church on Hilton Head Island et al. Versus SCG Associates LLC et al. And to take all other further actions necessary to complete the town's obligations under the terms and conditions of the settlement agreement.
Second? Discussion? Any comments from the audience? Seeing none, all those in favor, please raise your right hand. So moved.
Last motion I have is I move to appoint the following: Amy Fee, Board of Zoning Appeals, Charlie Quigg, Parks and Recreation Commission, and Andre White, Gullah Geechee Historic Neighborhood CDC Board Member.
Second.
Any discussion? Any discussion from the audience? Seeing none, I'll bring it back. All those in favor, please raise your right hand.
Dark chocolate, oh, sorry.
All right.
Flavor.
Yeah, flavor. So, thank you all for your time tonight. We are adjourned.
Favorite. I love dark chocolate.